protection and guidance throughout. There were moments of uncertainty, sacrifice, tears, disappointment, and many silent prayers. And yet, through His mercy, I'm standing here today. Now, there's a scripture reading that I want to give us all from Philippians 4, verse 13, that says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Today, I rise with both gratitude and humility for the first time in this August House to deliver my maiden speech. As a member of National Council and the Regional Council of Marindal Urban Constituency in the Hardap region, this moment is not only a milestone, but also a reflection of the trust, confidence, and hope that the people of Marindal Urban Constituency and the Regional Council of Marindal Urban the constituency electorates have in me. This moment is therefore that I want to wish my sincerely thank to the electorates, my foot soldiers, the leadership of the SWAPO party, the community leaders, my family, my supporters, and every individual who believed in my leadership journey and entrusted me with this responsibility. Honorable Vice Chairperson, allow me also to express my sincere gratitude to the President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Dr. Nandi Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. Comrade President, as I used to call you, your rise to the highest office in the land continues to inspire countless Namibians, particularly women and young girls, and ordinary citizens from humble backgrounds, who now see leadership through a renewed lens of possibility, resilience, discipline, and dedication to the nation. Comrade President, your leadership reminds us that true leadership is rooted in services, sacrifice, courage, integrity, and the love for the people of Namibia. Now, I further wish to sincerely appreciate the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Lucia Witbooi, my primary teacher. Lucia, your tireless dedication and sacrifices during the campaign period did not go unnoticed. You traveled relentlessly for us, and you make sure that the Hardap and Karas region were reclaimed back by the mighty SWAPO party. Allow me also to extend, thank you. Allow me also to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary General of the SWAPO party, simply Sophie, as everyone used to call you. You remain one of the strongest engines of our SWAPO party, a woman of discipline, strength, decisiveness, and unwavering commitment to our SWAPO party. As young leaders, we continue learning from your resilience, firmness, and dedication to the ideals and values of the SWAPO party. Now, Honorable Vice Chairperson, allow me at this moment to pay special tribute to my late father, Brandt. My father made me feel as though I was the only daughter he had on this earth. Tidara. I was the little girl who followed him everywhere with admiration and pride. Now, today, I truly wish he was alive to witness the moment and to see how far that little girl has gone. Although he is no longer physically with me, I know in my heart that he is smiling from the heavens today. Now this goes to my mother, Joanna Roy, my prayer warrior, my confidant, and my pillar of strength. Words will never fully express my gratitude, Timas. Thank you for every prayer whispered on my behalf, for every sacrifice made in silence, and for every moment you carried me emotionally and spiritually even when I did not have the strength myself. Your prayers carried me through storms that many and even me never saw. Today, this moment belongs to you, Timas. I further extend my heartfelt appreciation to my relatives in Grino, Karasburg, Gibeon, Tabes, Marintal, Valgras, and Banduk. Your encouragement, support, and prayers carried me throughout this journey. Allow me also to reflect briefly on my personal journey of leadership and political growth. Now, before assuming this responsibility, I served as the SWAPO party in the Harta region for 17 years approximately. Now, those years shaped my understanding of discipline, organizational, resilience, and servant leadership. My political journey within the SWAPO party has been one of growth, learning, and service through the different structures of my party. I did not arrive in this chamber overnight. I rose through the ranks of the SWAPO party, from section level to branch level, to district and to national level. And I was later serving as the Central Committee member of the SWAPO Party Youth League. Now, these responsibilities exposed me to grassroots realities, community mobilization, leadership accountability, and the importance of remaining connected to the people. Today, as I stand before this August House as a parliamentarian, serving the people of Namibia, I remain deeply grateful for the opportunities, mentorship, and trust that the movement invested in me throughout these years. My journey reflects the strength of a movement that continues to nurture leadership from grassroots level to national leadership. Now, this one is a special tribute that I want to give to the mentors who played a significant role in molding me into the woman I've become. And this goes to my former boss for 5 years. The late comrade Nico Mungenga. Nictus, may your soul rest in eternal peace. My former boss, also for 5 years, Comrade Stephanus Tipot. Obab, may your soul rest in eternal peace. And again, my former boss, also for 5 years, Comrade Elise Karukus. May your soul continue rest in eternal peace. Now again, my late regional coordinator for 3.5 years, Comrade Joplin Pakli Kondes, who sadly passed away on the 4th of May this year on Kasinka Day. It symbolizes that you are a truly hero. May you rest in eternal peace, Comrade Joplin Kondes. Now also to my late Comrade Katrina Hansey Marwa. Mamas, continue to rest in eternal peace. To my late Comrade Mandela Kapere, my brother, continue to rest in eternal peace. Now this leadership believed in me. They guided me. They corrected me and they encouraged me and entrusted me with responsibilities long before I entered this chamber. Their leadership wisdom, strength, and confidence helped shape my character and continue to inspire my commitment to disciplined and people-centered leadership. Honorable Vice Chairperson, now as the first female regional councillor for Marintal Urban Constituency, and currently the only female regional councillor in the Harta Regional Council, I carry this responsibility with deep humility and awareness of significance. My presence in this leadership spaces is not only symbolic for women, but also a message to every young Namibian, both the girl child and the boy child. That background, circumstance, gender, or geography should never determine the limits of one's dreams. I want young girls to know that leadership spaces also belong to them and that their time is now. At the same time, I want our young boys to understand that true leadership is built on discipline, respect, responsibility, and service to others. Now, I remain committed to contributing meaningfully towards inclusive leadership, constructive engagement, and people-centered governance for the benefit of all Namibians. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, allow me also to acknowledge and appreciate the work of those who served before me at constituency, regional, and national level. In particular, allow me to extend appreciation to the former Regional Councillor for Marindal Urban Constituency, Honorable Petrus Blackie Estrason of the Landless People's Movement, for his contribution in service to the constituency during his tenure. I therefore pledge to continue building on the positive foundation laid before me while working tirelessly to further advance the interests and aspirations of the people of Marindal Urban Constituency and Namibia as a whole. As I enter this chamber, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I do so with respect for the As I enter this chamber, I do so with respect for the constitutional mandate of the National Council, namely representation, review, oversight, and the promotion of regional interest within the broader national agenda. I pledge myself to faithfully execute these responsibilities of integrity, humility, fairness, and dedication to all Namibians. Now, coming from the Hardap region, I have witnessed both resilience and the struggles of our communities. I've seen young people searching for opportunities, families affected by unemployment, communities facing challenges, water challenges, and women carrying the burden of poverty and inequality. Now, these experiences continue to shape my understanding of leadership and public service. During my tenure in this House, some of these areas that I intend to focus on include youth empowerment, women empowerment, rural and community development, education, healthcare access, sport development, and service delivery. I strongly believe that development must reach all corners of Namibia and that every Namibian, regardless of region or background, deserves dignity, opportunity, and equal access to services. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I remain conscious that leadership requires constant learning, listening, and growth. I further wish to assure this House that I stand ready to work with all honorable members, irrespective of party political affiliation, in the interest of national building and the advancement of our people. While we may come from different political backgrounds and regions, we remain united by one responsibility. That's to serve the people of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable members, Namibia remains a young democracy filled with enormous potential. Our diversity, resilience, and unity continue by our greatest strength. Now, as I conclude my maiden speech today, Honorable Vice Chairperson, allow me to reaffirm my commitment to servant leadership, ethical governance, constructive engagement, and people-centered development. I enter this chamber with humility in my heart, guided by humility, integrity, compassion, and love for the people of Namibia. I thank you and I so submit.
Thank you very much for that powerful maiden speech, Honorable Roy. And I think what I would want to take away from your contribution or from your maiden speech is that it's coming from a woman that acknowledges that in shaping her were men the boy child was part of shaping her. And I think this is something that we would want to motivate, that we see examples sitting amongst us, and we really want to say thank you to the men that have shaped us. As you were busy speaking, as a human being, I did have an emotional moment because I myself was sitting here, was shaped by a lot of men. And we just want to say that the boy child has not been forgotten. We have laid the foundation on which we stand today. So thank you very much for that, Honorable Roy. Honorable Kavaka, our newly appointed Deputy Minister of ICT, and everybody is asking for network towers. My brother, I don't feel sorry for you, but I sympathize with you, or empathize with you rather. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chairperson, esteemed members of the 7th National Council, fellow Namibians. Today I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and profound sense of responsibility. It is not just a remarkable honor to be here, but a privilege that I do not take lightly. I'm deeply appreciative to the SWAPO Party for entrusting me with the opportunity to serve as their candidate from section, branches, and the entire District Executive Committee, which nominated me as their sole candidate for the past regional council election. Your faith in my ability serves as both a motivation and commitment for me to take a meaningful impact in the life of people we serve. To the electorate of Ochombinde constituency, I extend my heartfelt thanks for the overwhelming support in re-electing me as a regional councillor. So in Ochombinde, since the inception of the regional council within 1992, I'm the only regional councillor to serve for 2 terms. All the other previous regional councillor, only 1 term, bye-bye, 1 term, bye-bye. And when I was nominated, I was only nominated as a sole candidate for my party. And all those people that contested against me, they were warned before. Please don't stand. There is no way that you are going to make it. Your trust and belief in my leadership inspire me to work tirelessly on your behalf. I am indebted to my dear wife, my family, and the entire campaign team with whom I work tirelessly to secure a second term in Ochombinde constituency where winning is never guaranteed. Once again, we have made it. Together we have navigated challenges, celebrated achievement, and forged a path towards progress that will uplift every member of our beloved community. Your voices have been heard, and I'm committed to ensuring that they continue to resonate in this esteemed council. Furthermore, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the Omaheke Regional Council for electing me to represent our beloved region in the 7th National Council. It is an honor and privilege which I do not take lightly. It is not a mere title, but a clarion call to action, a call to advocate for our people, and a call to drive the development of our beloved constituency, region, and Namibia forward. As your chosen representative, I will dedicate myself to address the concern that matter most to our communities, advocate for equitable access to resources, and will foster an inclusive environment where everyone will thrive. To our late beloved, as our late beloved President Dr. Hake Geingob used to say, and I quote, no one should be left behind, end of quote. May his soul rest in eternal peace while we continue enduring his legacy. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable member, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for the honor of having been appointed as the Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology I'm deeply thankful for the trust you have placed in me to assist the Minister in developing strategy that will enhance and deliver the mandate of the Ministry in this evolving information age. As I mark my 40th day in office today, I remain humbled by the confidence and trust bestowed upon me through my appointment as the Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology. Indeed, the wisdom behind such an appointment is divine, and I'm deeply humbled. I'm pleased to inform this August House and the Namibian nation at large that I'm settling well within the ministry entrusted with the important responsibility of government communication and championing Namibia digital transformation agenda. I am particularly encouraged by the useful, energetic, and innovative team within the ministry, which give me confidence that together we will accelerate service delivery and bridge the digital divided in our country. I firmly believe that the wisdom of Her Excellency in appointing me to this strategic portfolio is to ensure that even the most remote corner of the Republic will be digitally and otherwise connected. As they say, information is power. Coming from an understanding the reality of communal rural community, I bring to the table an appreciation of the needs of our people and underserved area, particularly in relation to digital literacy program, network connectivity expansion, on community media initiatives. It is therefore my commitment to ensure that those programs effectively reach the most rural and marginalized community in Namibia. Furthermore, Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable Members, I'm equally honored to serve, particularly in this House, as it provides a critical platform to bring government communication closer to the people through the National Council. It is my hope that this institution will continue to strengthen the link between central government and regional leadership by enabling faster dissemination of developmental information to our region for improved and efficient service delivery. Reciprocally, the National Council will serve to give us feedback from the region and how best they wish to be served. It is important to note that the ministry is entrusted with the implementation of the Access to Information Act, which was reviewed and adopted by this parliament, which includes this August House. I believe that collectively we can realize the objective of this important legislature by promoting transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in governance. It is in this regard that I wish to challenge all honorable regional councillors to fully utilize the regional information center established by the ministry regional offices to produce developmental oriented content and effective communication with their constituencies through the modern ITC equipment and platform. I'm looking forward to contribute to our shared vision on a more connected and informed Namibia. Thank you once again for this incredible opportunity. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, to my fellow Ochombinde constituents, I highly welcome a good news that the current MTF is including a long-awaited project of the Ochombinde rural water supply, which will commence very soon. And when we are talking about water, here, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, the issue of drilling of borehole and giving this contract to the contractor is really paining me and is draining the government. We are all farmers. When you go to the contractor as a farmer, as a private farmer, you want to drill a borehole, you will pay up between 200,000 to 250,000 per borehole. But the moment when it is government now, prices are escalated up to a tune of 800,000. So it's high time that we have now to acquire rigs for each and every region, because water is a basic need, so that we can start using government rigs to drill borehole. Otherwise, honestly, contractors are draining the government down. Furthermore, I'm proudly thankful for the government for appropriating funds for the construction of 2 clinics in Omaheke, one at Farm du Plessis and the other one at Shaka Benher. And also equally, the upliftment of the Aminus clinic to a health center. Together, we are also we are also asking the government to construct 3 more clinics, one at Oshiarwa Growth Point in the Pugiro constituency, Helena Growth Point in Ochombinde constituency, and Dreamyopsis. All those are testimony that the central government and the Omaheke Regional Council are gradually responding to the development needs of our people. In conclusion, I'm excited about the opportunity that lies ahead. Together, let's build our achievement and confront our challenges head on. Work together for the betterment of our great nation. Once again, thank you for the trust, your support, and your commitment to the vision we share for Namibia. Let us forge ahead together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kavaka, for your maiden speech. It seems like you and Honorable Skongo are in the same group. They were warned, but they didn't listen. They didn't stand a chance. So, and congratulations once again. It's also beautiful to see that as the Deputy Minister of ICT, you are setting the trend of using the gadget that's in front of you. I've seen also Honorable Roy has done the same. It seems you are telling us something. Eh? Very good, very good. We wish you well, Honorable, and we wish you all the best in carrying out your duties. Next on the list, we have our newly appointed Minister of Justice, Honorable Brandt. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of this August House. I'm really honored and grateful. But first, before I go to my maiden speech, I would like to acknowledge that as I'm standing here in front of you, I don't still believe what's happening in my life. And this is all the grace from above. Honorable Vice Chair, it is with deep humanity and gratitude that I rise today to deliver my maiden speech before the Honorable August House, following my appointment and oath of office as Deputy Minister of Justice and Labor Relations. Firstly, I will thank the Almighty God, and then I wish to thank our President, Her Excellency, President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, for entrusting me with this important responsibility. I equally extend my sincere appreciation to our outstanding Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, my fellow Irongo Regional Councillors, my Honorable Governor of Irongo Region, Natalia Twakoses, my family, and especially my husband, who has stood behind me for 31 years, my mother and my mother-in-law, the people of Tongres constituency, whose confidence and continued support had shaped my journey of public service. Honorable Chairperson, While I assume national responsibilities as Deputy Minister, I remain firmly grounded in the realities, hopes, and challenges of the people of Dongres constituency. I stand here today carrying their voices with me, and I remain fully committed to ensuring that their concerns continue to be receive the attention they deserve. The people of Dongres constituency have entrusted me not only to present them, but to advocate for practical solutions for the challenges affecting their daily lives. One of the pressing matters in our constituency relates to the illegal mining activities and unlawful mining procedures that continue continued undermine both community interest and ordinary economic development. While mining remains an important economic activity with the potential to create livelihoods and stimulate local growth, there must be adherence to lawful procedures, accountability, and fairness. Communities cannot continue to witness situations where regulations are ignored while local people remain excluded from meaningful participation. At the same time, we must effectively empower small-scale miners within Dongres constituency. Many local miners possesses the determination and potential to contribute positively to the economy, but lack of adequate support, access to resources, and fair opportunities within the sector. We need to level the playing field so that small-scale miners are not left behind, but are instead empowered through proper support structures, training, and access to opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the issue that remains the greatest challenge facing communities within Dongres constituency is water. Access to reliable water supply continues to affect households, farmers, schools, clinics, and entire settlement. Communities are too often left struggling with boreholes, broken infrastructure, and delays in maintenance and repairs. Therefore, I call upon the relevant authorities, particularly those responsible for rural water supply and maintenance, to strengthen their response mechanism and ensure the maintenance officers carry out their mandate responsibilities effectively and consistently. Then when water infrastructure is maintained proactively and efficiently, it makes service delivery easier to all of us. There is also a clear need for greater government investment in budgeting towards rural water infrastructures, sanitation system, and maintenance operations. Water is not a luxury. It is a basic necessity and a fundamental requirement for dignity, health, and development. Honorable members, healthcare service within our constituency also require urgent attention. Our clinic remains under-resourced and frequently lacks essential medical equipment to an adequate emergency response capacity. Most critically, the absence of a proper equipped ambulance places lives at risk, especially considering the vast distance between settlements and the referral towns. For many residents, access to emergency medical care is not simply inconvenient. It can become a matter of life and death. We therefore call for improved support to rural health facilities so that communities can receive timely and defined healthcare services regarding of where they reside. Honorable Chairperson, as a Deputy Minister of Justice and Labour Relations, I equally committed to advancing fairness, justice, labour dignity, and constitutional governance for all Namibians. Our people expect institutions that are responsive, transparent, and inclusive. They expect leadership that listens and acts exponentially. It is therefore our collective duty to ensure that public service remains people-centered and accountable. Honorable members, I enter this office fully aware that leadership is ultimately measured by service to the people. I therefore pledge to serve with humanity, discipline, and dedication, both in my national responsibilities and in my continued commitment to the people of Tongres constituency. May our work in this house always be guided by unity of purpose, respect for one another, and commitment to the advancement of all Namibians. Thank you, and so I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt, and we wish you all the best in your new role. It's not going to be an easy one, we'll not hide it from you, but we are confident that you'll handle it and do due diligence. Honorable members, before we proceed with the next honorable member on the list, I wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge a very, I don't know, I should say heavy now, but I want to recognize someone who is amongst us. As he walked in, I was looking at him as he's walking in, and I was just whispering and saying, "Isn't that so and so?" to Mr. Himovi. And you know, for me, it's what a time to be alive moment. Because as a young person, I know that for the longest time we've been saying we don't want the older people here. But that's not what we are saying. We are saying we want to move into the line of intergenerational leadership. Because whether we like it or not, whether we want to admit it or not, we need everyone. They are the ones who set the compass for us and tell us in which direction to move. And also, we stand on their shoulders today. I'm sitting in this chair and I have goosebumps as I speak to you because he was the founder, one of the founders of National Council. And my very first councillor, by the way, because I was born in his town where he served as a councillor. So I'm sitting here and would like to recognize your presence, Honorable Nico Kayamo. Thank you so very much for gracing us with your presence. What an honor, what an honor. This is what you've built, and here we are today. We're standing on everything that you have laid for us, and we wish to say thank you. They said we should get into the line of giving people their flowers while they're still alive. We will not wait for your casket, so allow us to give you your flowers today. Thank you once again, and thank you for joining us. Thank you. Honorable members, we move on to Honorable Uunona. The floor is yours to deliver your maiden speech.
Chairperson of the 7th National Council, honorable members, I rise today with humility, gratitude, and a deep sense of responsibility to deliver my maiden speech in this august house. As a member of parliament and as a regional councillor of Umpunja constituency, it is both an honor and a privilege to serve the people of Oshana region and the Republic of Namibia in general. Allow me at the outset to express my sincere appreciation to the Swapo Party from section, branches, district, central committee, and the political bureau for the trust they placed on me and to serve the people in this august house. I equally extend my gratitude to Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip of the Swapo Party, and honorable members of the 7th National Council for the warm welcome accorded to me. I look forward to work together in unity and mutual respect in advancing the development aspiration of our country. I also wish to sincerely thank the people of Buja constituency and the entire Oshana region for their trust and support. Furthermore, I extend my appreciation to the councillor who elected to me to represent our region in this house. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, as I rise for the first time in this house, I recognize the appreciation. I recognize and appreciate the contribution of those who served before me. The leadership is continuously journey, and every leader contributes toward the development of our communities and our nation. I therefore honor their efforts and commit myself to build up the foundation laid by my predecessor. And I would like to mention them. Start from the first councillor, later Titus Mwailepen Shitrifa, later Thomas Nambambi, may their soul rest in peace. Honorable and former councillor Aram Martin, and honorable and former councillor as well, Honorable Shikodi, Lovisa Shikodi, what they have contributed toward my community and the entire Oshana region is recognizable. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, while Oshana region has made progress in many areas, significant challenges remain, particularly in the rural area constituency. One of the most pressing concerns affecting our community is poor state of road infrastructure, especially during the rain season. The community in Uvudia, Umpunja, Ukui Ushona, Okashali, part of Shakati East, part of Shakati West, part of Katana, part of Ngwediva constituency often become inaccessible when flood water rise. Road become damaged, crossing points submerged, and in some cases, community only reached by helicopter. This situation affects access to school, clinics, business, and government services. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, road infrastructure is not mere about transport. It is directly linked to economic growth, health access, education, safety, and rural development. I therefore call for increased investment in climatic resilient road infrastructure, bridge, drainage system, and flood mitigation measure across Oshana region, particularly in flood-prone constituency. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, another serious challenge facing our region is poor telecommunication coverage. In many rural areas, network connectivity remains weak or completely unavailable. During flood and emergency, communication becomes almost impossible. I therefore appeal for urgent intervention to improve network infrastructure across Oceana region, particularly in underserved rural communities. Expanding telecommunication coverage will strengthen education, improve emergency response, support small business, and connect rural communities to economic opportunities. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, equally concerning is the higher rate of youth unemployment in Oceana region, especially in rural areas. Many younger people complete school and remain without employment opportunities for years. Other possess skills and are talented but lack access to financing, training opportunity, or markets. As lawmakers, we must continue to explore legislative and policy intervention that can create sustainable employment opportunity for our youth. There is also a need to encourage public-private partnership that creates jobs and stimulate local economic development. Investment in infrastructure, agriculture, renewable energy, and small-scale manufacturing can create employment opportunity while strengthening rural economies. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, another matter requiring urgent attention is access to healthcare services in a rural constituency, particularly in Oceana region and other regions as well. During the rain season, communities often struggle to reach health facility due to flooded roads and long traveling distance. Vulnerable groups including pregnant women, children, and elderly, and persons with chronic illness are the most affected. During the rain season, they cannot able to reach health facilities. Why? The national requirements to establish clinics, sometimes they contributed to the pain of our communities. There is a policy that stipulates that if there is no number of 8,000 at a certain locality, a clinic cannot be constructed at that locality. And that one is paining to our community. Some of the communities, they are traveling long distances. Some used to be surrounded by water streams, and they cannot able to reach at a far away clinic. They need at least a clinic to be constructed closer to them so that they could also enjoy the fruits of independence that we fought for. While the national requirements for establishment of health facility are understood and respected, I humbly submit that the geographical realities and environmental conditions should also be considered when planning services delivery in flood-prone rural communities. Why? Because our people are suffering. Our people need to be provided with medical services wherever they are. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, in conclusion, let us continue building Namibia where no community is left behind, where development reaches every village, and where opportunity belongs to all. May our leadership continue to unite and uplift our nation. May our decision bring meaningful development to our people. May Namibia continue to prosper for generations to come. I thank you and I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Uunona, for delivering your maiden speech. And indeed, yes, may our decisions deliver meaningful results and impactfulness to the people who have elected us. Next on our list, we have Honorable Kapere. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members. I rise today with humble humility and a profound sense of patriotic duty towards the Namibian people. First and foremost, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the Almighty for His grace, gratitude, and His guidance, for the strength He has provided me to take this profound responsibility. It is through His divine will that I stand here today. I extend my sincere appreciation to all the leadership of the SWAPO party. I'm honored by the trust placed in me by the party through its democratic processes, which ultimately translated into me being here today. I remain committed to uphold the values and the vision of our movement towards improving the lives of Namibians. To the resilient and hardworking people of Arandes and Hendisburg, thank you for your unwavering support, for the mandate you have given me to be your voice at this platform. Your voices are the heartbeat of my work, and I'm deeply honored to represent you. I wish to thank the Erongo Regional Council, the Erongo Regional Governor, for their leadership and collaborative spirit. I look forward to continue working in partnership as we strive to bring development and progress to our region and our country at large. I thank my predecessors who carried the torch. I assure them that we will continue to carry the torch towards economic freedom. Finally, I thank my family, Ambassador Asa Kuveri Kapere, and the entire Kapere family for having prepared me, invested in me until this stage. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to share with you, I have listened to Honorable Swarin when she was referring to the late Mandela Kapere. The politics started in Arandes at a very tender age, where myself and Mandela would argue around issues of that time. It's unfortunate that he will not be here today, but his legacy shall continue through us. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to share a quote from Benjamin Franklin, and it reads, "Never leave that till tomorrow that can be done today." We don't have time, honorable members. We don't have a lot of time. Vision 2030 is 5 years ahead of us. And we are going to be the people to account for the success of Vision 2030. because we will be there at the finishing line. We will have to answer to our people if it succeeds or if it fails. So let us live by the code of Benjamin Franklin, that we can do today what needs to be done today. Honorable Chairperson, we have a roadmap. We have a roadmap, and we do not need to dwell too much around other areas. And that roadmap is the SWAPO Party Manifesto, NDP 6, towards Vision 2030. Now, allow me to mention few issues of my concern, or few issues of my interest, and that is number one, food security. A nation cannot claim to govern itself if it can't feed itself. I do not wish to go into the nitty-gritties because I know, honorable members, we are aware of some of those areas. We need to move to a situation whereby every household can have a garden behind so that we're able to feed ourselves. Too much reliance on others will give us a lot of trouble at the end. The second issue, Honorable Chairperson, is value addition to our minerals. Now, value addition goes hand in hand with employment creation. When our minerals live in a raw format, when they leave the shore, they take all the jobs that could have been produced in Namibia. And our people are left behind, employed on a new model of outsourcing that translates into cheap labor. So, Honorable Chairperson, we need to move to an area where we promote decent work, not only provide salaries, but decent employment. Now, decent employment will also relieve pressure on government dependency. The last part that I wish to dwell in is law, justice, and legal reform. Now, all the wishes that we want to attain, economic emancipation, economic freedom of our people, cannot materialize if the laws that governs the land do not allow for that to happen. If you hear the people who are selling stone in Hendisby, between Hendisby and Arandes, they are illegal. It is upon us to architecture the laws to make sure every Namibian is able to contribute towards the economy. Honorable Chairperson, economic growth must equally go hand in hand with labor justice, investment confidence, and accountable governance. We must protect the workers, investors must have assurance, law must remain supreme. Namibia must continue to strengthen labor institutions, skill development, occupational safety, industrial peace, and accountable governance. In my conclusion, Honorable Vice Chair, honorable members, we must not only legislate, we must modernize legislation. We must not only debate, we must architecture solutions. We must not merely represent constituencies, but we must industrialize those constituencies. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I pledge my support to the democratic governance. I pledge my support to the Namibian people. I pledge my support to the visionary leader, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. I pledge my dedication to the SWAPO mission of building an industrial, food secure, youth empowered, and united Namibia. Therefore, at this stage, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapere, for delivering that maiden speech. Honorable members, Honorable Kapere was the last member on our list for today. And in as much as I picked up that there's a common thing that we all say in our maiden speeches, one of them that stood out for me is the fact that we all recognize our families. Whether we like it or not, we are nothing without them. And I want to commend that the honorable members have taken notice of that. When we speak about community, where does it start? It starts with our families. And we're wishing you all the best, because in your doings here, your families have borrowed you to us in order for you to partake in this nation building. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all the honorable members who have delivered their maiden speeches. Honorable members, it is our time for break. So we will now go for our break, and we're expected to return back at 4 minutes past 11. Is that in order? Thank you very much.
like to state the
We take our seats, honorable members. Honorable members, good after break and welcome back. We will proceed with our proceedings for the day, and I humbly request that the secretary reads the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on committee stage of the Appropriation Bill, which is Bill number 1 of 2026.
Thank you, Secretary. It is moved that I leave the chair. Any secondment? Thank you. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to. Honorable Ndawanifa, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, will now take the chair. Honorable Ndawanifa.
The Committee of the Whole Council is called to order. Good morning, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members. The Committee of the Whole Council has to order. The Appropriation Bill, Bill 1 of 2026. I shall now put the vote 29, Information and Communication Technology. 682 million Namibian dollars. May I now invite for discussion? Any discussion? I have to consider the indication of Honorable Amjinti. You may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable Member, I rise to make my contribution on vote 29, Information, Communication and Technology, with an amount of 600,600,082,000. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Ministry, through the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, for continuing making sure that the most rural areas are connected by installation of a network tower. Just a few weeks ago, if not a month, 3 network towers were installed and inaugurated in Kavaka West by Honorable Matthew Ferus. 2 network towers installed. One is Kandubu village and Owi village in Pungu constituency, and the one in Naimanya village, Tondoro constituency, under phase 1 of the Universal Service Fund. This is a milestone achievement, and I salute the ministry for that. Network towers are very much important, just like water boreholes. If you have no water, community will die. If you don't have connectivity, there will be no call, there will be no data. You won't go on WhatsApp for immediate call. COVID-19 showed that's clear to us that everything is possible with internet. But since information were got through internet, updates and the registration went through the phone because of network. Therefore, with this budget, I want to see many more networks towers to be installed so that learners and students in rural areas can be able to use internet for research, online classes, and also to access examination results. But not only that, connectivity can also help clinics, hospitals in rural area to send patient information, even here to Windows, or either to order medicine. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, finally, I want to submit to the Ministry that there is poor networks in some border posts, such as Matamata border post in Hadap region, and also in Manasseh border post in Karas region. This might read frustration to the visitors when the process takes long time for them to be cleared. Therefore, we are very good that the Deputy Minister is here, Rabu Kavaka, can able also to take this one and discuss in their management. One of the problems also is in Ukushona space, where there is a network tower problem at the clinic areas, where nurses have difficult to make calls for ambulances during emergencies. And this to me is a life-threatening to patients who visit the clinic of Ehafo and the other parts of the regions are also need urgent attention for this network installation. I propose that MTC, TRECOM, and the NBC should put resources together to build one tower at a certain location where all of them, they put use their devices to one network tower. By doing so, putting resources together, it can accelerate network coverage throughout of the region. Finally, Honorable Minister, with your team, we are looking forward to meet you in Oshana region on the 21st May 2026 at a higher level stakeholder engagement on critical issues within the IT sectors. With this contribution, I support Vote 29 with 600,082,000. I so submit. Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti, for that contribution. Honorable members, I may remind the House that we have adopted the time of 5 minutes per each member. And I would like to request the honorable members to keep watching your clock. But of course, the provision of the clock up there is indicating the time. So keep counting your time and make sure that you are within the given time. I think Honorable Mchindi was precisely within your given time. And I would like to acknowledge and also request the honorable member to follow suit. So thank you very much. I have also to remit my comments towards the presentation, the tabling of your observations, because I'm having a number of honorable members who have indicated that they want to contribute. Any other contribution? I observed the contribution from Honorable Nunyango, and the floor is yours.
Vice Chairperson of the whole House, Chief Whip, honorable members, good morning. Before I address Vote 29 for Information and Communication Technology, allow me to explain why I stand before you in black. My attire is a symbol of mourning my friend, Sema Mokakwa, and his young brother, Emmanuel Mokakwa. They tragically lost their life in a car accident that occurred between Arandes and Swakop. And they were laid to rest yesterday in Ohote village Onipa constituency. May their soul rest in eternal peace. Once more, I am Vilho Tulipohamba, Landreno Nyango, presenting Onipa constituency in the Sokoto region as well as entire Namibia. Regarding vote 29, we must remember information is power. Communication is built through relationships. And technology defines the modern world. Effective information infrastructures are essential for the real time distribution of knowledge. This being it for emergency services, e-learning, and access to education, or through providing timely government services. The ministry is led by a youngful, energetic, and bravely minister. We saw her dedication. During 2019, COVID-19 outbreak, when the state introduced e-learning. However, that period exposed the digital divide. E-learning was nearly impossible in rural areas due to lack of communication or connectivity. I would like to focus specifically on the program of electing network towers and improving network infrastructures. In the areas where I grew up, raised, and now read, such as Kapanda, Meputa, Kamanya, Zizi, and Pukruken, by mentioned few. And of course, this is a challenge to entire country. Our people are still struggling to find stable network connectivity. The budget allocated to vote 29 of 2026-27 financial in comparison to that of 2025 and 2026, there is a slightly decrease, of which is in line with the national budget theme of people productivity and prudence. Therefore, while I concur with and support budget allocation, vote 29, I commend that if we do not see significant improvement and progress on expanding rural network connectivity during this financial year, the budget allocation for 29 must be further increased in the near future to ensure no citizens are left behind. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the whole Council, I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nunyango, for that wonderful contribution. The House has taken note of that. May I request any further discussion? I observed an indication of Honorable Sezuni. Honorable Sezuni, your mic, can you put your mic on? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dawanifa, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. Honorable Anguo, our Chief Whip. Honorable members, my contribution on MICT having an experience of working for Telecom Namibia for 47 years in telecommunication, MTC serves the majority of the mobile user in many regions with an estimate of plus minus 85% market presence in some communities. However, customers frequently experience poor connectivity when traveling to rural and remote areas because MTC towers are not always available where other operators already have infrastructures. In many locations, towers belonging to Telecom Namibia and apparatus are already installed, but MTC has not co-located its equipment on those towers. As a result, most residents and travelers who use MTC experience network interruptions despite visible communication infrastructures in the area. CRAN has emphasized tower sharing and infrastructure sharing policy to avoid unnecessary duplication of towers. But still, it's good that we have got our deputy minister here who will definitely make use of him and provide him with necessary things so that at least these operators should have their equipment shared wherever they are in order to have these connectivities. Similarly with the NBC. I'm also experiencing this NBC does not cover all areas. Some of the places, there's no NBC coverage at all. So with these few contributions, I would say I would be left with no choice other than submitting this. And then maybe the other house members will fill in some other gaps that I've left behind. But otherwise, this is the few that I can submit. I still submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that wonderful contribution. I think Telecom, MTC being the institution responsible for connectivity, as well as Powercom being responsible for those towers, I think they are up for absorption, this contribution. So thank you very much, Honorable. And may I get an indication from the August House if there is any further contribution? I see Honorable Seime. So you may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee for the whole Council, honorable members. Good morning once more. Yes. Thank you for the well done budget by the ministry under the leadership of Honorable Shafuda. This is really hard work and it's impressive. I think all what we can call for now is really toward the implementations of this budget that we develop tools to make sure that we implement the budget to reach at least 80% of implementation, if not 100%. And what in regards to vote 29,
Information and Communication Technology. The government really has done a great work ensuring the ICT coverage within the country. And the honorable members, we are challenged with the network coverage between Oranjemund and Roshpina. And that area is in a national park. If any accident happens there, it's really challenging because there is just no network. You might be left to die in a desert because the frequency also of vehicles that are passing there is very minimal. Therefore, I'm really calling for consideration of the network coverage between Roshpina and Oranjemund, and equally also to have the 5G network in Oranjemund, because it's also not just about having the coverage, but having quality network coverage. So with that, I look just forward toward that consideration, maybe during the review, make sure that there is network coverage between Oranjemund and Roshpina. And with that input, I here submit and propose and support the approval of vote 29, Information and Communication Technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Semi. So, followed by Honorable Monde. Honorable Semi, your mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndawanifa, the first Vice Chairperson of the whole Council. I rise in support of Budget Vote 29 of the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, as tabled. While supporting this budget, I wish to urge the Ministry to strengthen and prioritize a few critical areas that are essential for inclusive and access to information and digital transformation in our country. Firstly, the Ministry delegated important functions relating to regional information services and multimedia management to regional councils. These functions include the management of ICT centers, the promotion of usage in rural communities, and the production of audiovisual content aimed at improving access to information and advancing digital inclusion. However, these delegated responsibilities continue to face serious resource constraints. Regional councils, sometimes, especially Commerce Regional Council, we often were compelled to source and provide equipment support ourselves in order to sustain these services. I therefore urge Ministry to allocate adequate financial and technical resources to these functions so that regional councils can effectively execute their mandates and ensure that rural communities are not left behind in the digital era. Secondly, I wish to call upon the Ministry again to ensure that state-owned enterprises, that is Telecom Namibia and MTC, Honorable Sezuni just highlighted a few constraints when it comes to the network coverage. Telecom Namibia must contribute meaningfully to the national economy to ensure that the state receive its fair dividends from its investment. At present, the quality of service experienced by many consumers in the Commerce region remains unacceptable. Telecom Namibia should take the lead in the provision of reliable and affordable data network services, especially considering that it enjoyed monopoly advantages for many years. There is therefore a legitimate expectation that the company should possess the infrastructure, capacity, and expertise necessary to provide efficient and competitive services to the Namibian people. I therefore encourage the ministry to exercise strong oversight and support measures that will improve services delivery, network reliability, and overall operational performance within Telecom Namibia. With these remarks, I support the budget, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Monde. May I request the Honorable Sikongo to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for according me a chance, and I would love also to inform the honorable members when we speak. I think we need to speak louder. Yesterday, I double-checked National Council, but it's very rare to hear on the YouTube. So we have to speak louder, otherwise the community at home, they are not catching us well. I think we just use this device closer. So otherwise, to support the vote, I thank the ministry for making a budgetal provision, more especially the radio network coverage. The Kavango West and the East and partly Ohangwena, there's no Rukavango service, more especially Wato FM. Even at our farms, the farms of Honorable Monde and my farm, you don't catch the service. I think the budget is made for, the provision of the budget is made. Thank you, Honorable Minister and our Deputy Minister here. All what we need is really these towers to be constructed, and I want to join Honorable Amjindi, who said that if these towers of MTC can really serve also the other transmissions, one tower, then we put more facility, NBC and whatever, and I think it will serve the purpose. Otherwise, we are covered, and I thank the ministry for making this budget available. We will look towards the implementation of it. So, Honorable Chair, I thank you, and I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. May I further request Honorable Sipapela to contribute.
I rise to contribute to the vote 29 of the Information, Communication and Technology. I think it is of most importance for the country to be updated with the information in communication. Without nation, without information, it is cut from the whole world. We remember when the enemy want to attack the country, they will first attack your information system. So we remember what happened with Venezuela. When the enemy wanted to attack Venezuela, they first attacked the information to cut off the whole system of the country. Therefore, I would like to say vote 29 and the amount of that vote, to me, it is quite enough for the country to have more devices in terms of the towers and the connectivities. As the other speakers has alerted to this, it is true that there are some areas in the country that needs to be powered by this communications, network communications. I will say there are some towers currently who are still using 3Gs. I will just give you example, such as one tower which was installed in Zambezi region in 2019. Up to today, you can stand next to that tower and try to call. It cannot get because it's still using G3 instead of G4. That is Kapani, Sibinda, Mbilajwe towers. So they are still very weak. They are non-operative. The students are suffering. I remember one time when there was an accident in that area, close to my village, we tried to call the ambulance so the ambulance could come, but we could not communicate with the town with the town so that the ambulance could quickly arrive on the scene. Therefore, Honorable Chair, Honorable Vice Chair, I support the vote 29 so that the towers can be, as others has mentioned, towers can be more installed in the region, in our country, so that everyone can have access to network. We are so much privileged in this house because we are sitting with a very brilliant and genetic and articulated young man who has been appointed as a minister, as a deputy minister for information and technology, and I think he's taking this to his principal so that the regions concerned should receive this network. Honorable Vice Chair, I think what we are articulating here, or what we are saying here, shouldn't come from us. This should be very much understood. We are saying the problems that the masses outside or the voters outside are saying, because we are from there. We are not talking from what we experience. We are talking the problems that our people are, all of us seated here. We are councillors elected, directly elected by those people. And what we are saying here is what they have told us to come and tell the current administration their problem. In the best region, at my constituency, I'm having 900 plus minus communities, and these communities are cut off from network.
Honorable Papela, I'm just trying to remind you about time.
Yes, I'll just
round up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair. So that is my contribution, and I support vote 29 of information and technology. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Papela. May you put your mic off? And with that, I would like to request Honorable Honorable Kwako to contribute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable
first vice chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Uh, you know, us from the rural areas, when you heard about communication, you don't want to keep quiet. At least you have to say something, because in our areas there is most of the places there's no network. But having said that, is that first I have to thank the ministry also that this time, maybe the last financial year, at least they come up with some few towers within Kunene. So I have to thank the ministry such. But there is still a need. As it was already said that the communication is vital. For us in our region, the only way to communicate is the network. And at least we're having now some rural schools or clinics at those villages, but the network is lacking. So, but I'm still requesting the ministry to make its inroad to come to the region, not only Kunene, everywhere where there is a need of communication, at least to make sure that all those areas are covered. We have this vision 2030. Only a few years, 1 or 2 or 3 left. Yeah, 2 or 4. So that at least that vision can be successful, or so that every Namibian could have access to the communication. It is true, we experience that there is a fast track in network communication, but then the radio side, somewhere the most areas in our areas, or maybe the other regions, I don't know, is also left out. So I'm concur with the honorables like Congo when he said, why MTC and the others, they can use the same tower. Maybe if it is possible, they can use that tower for all communications and the radio. Some they have cell phones, some they doesn't have cell phones. They have that radio. So now the people, they are most relying on those, sometimes those who having cell phone, but the radio, the old people, they are mostly listening the information from the radio side. So I'm requesting the ministry at least to make its alternative to cover the whole Namibia as per our vision. And the other thing is also that we're having teachers, mostly teachers. If there's a lack of communication within those rural areas, they are not going there. They are staying only few months, then they go back. Or some of them, they just wait their time of 12 months left, or maybe they are aware that they are fully employed, then they transfer themselves just because of this. And we are lucky in this house that Honorable Kavaka is here. Make sure, my Honorable, sure, there. Yeah, that's why we're having you here, and we are lucky to have you also. And I know that you are also from rural, you are not from urban areas. You know the situation. Yeah, in our area, we're having places like Okonjombo there, my Honorable. The Okapara, Okandombo along the river. You know, when I was reporting of this flood, I have to make sure that first I call somebody in Angola who is not even having our communication, so that they can let me know what is happening there. So Okandombo is along the river, but deep in the mountains. So that place needs really a network. Okahogu, Ombagu, with a big village, maybe 3,000 people, there's no network. Epembe, Rokakaru, and Okatapati. So those, just few what I have mentioned, but really those places, they need to be covered. Also, as it was said by one of my honorable here, that we have to upgrade to strengthen the coverage. I think the G3, what we are having, let it go to G4 so that the communication can be strong. If we...
Honorable, I remind you about time.
Oh, yeah. One minute. Yeah, let we upgrade. Honestly, my honorable deputy minister, that one G3 is now out of fashion. Let we have the stronger one. With those few, I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwoko. Any further discussion? I see Honorable Katembo.
The first vice chairperson of the whole committee, I just rise to in support or to concur with the previous honorable who are in support of this vote. It's true. Allow me just to bring the voice of Mokwe constituency in this house, more especially the inland community. They are just putting the radio to the specific place every day, and they don't listen their radio while they are in their houses. And with the cell phone also just hanging in a tree for them to hear it once somebody call them. Really, the ministry, I'm just adding to the ministry just to bring this network more special to the rural area in the inlands. We need it. They need it. And imagine these people are having only one clinic in the inland, more special in the Mokwe constituency, and there is no hospital. And for them now to reach in case of the accident or any emergency is difficult. Therefore, I support the bill and so submit. I thank you.
Honorable Katembo, I was just checking the honorable members who have indicated here, and it seems I've exhausted my list. Yes, Honorable Janse.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. That's a serious one, like the Chairperson said the other day, always giving a problem with the committee specific one. Nonetheless, Honorable Chairperson, First Vice Chairperson, many has alluded really about the different challenges in the different constituencies and the different regions. So I am confident that almost all the regions and all the constituencies are faced with the similar challenges. But I am rising specifically while supporting the vote to my little contribution on the issue of network towers in the Hardap region. Particularly, there are some very, very remote rural areas that borders with Gibeon and the Dawe constituencies, like the cases of Kinaga, Svalpom, and those small areas there. So I think the best would be if the ministry can delegate a team that will go visit all the regions and all the constituencies so that each and every challenge of every constituency can be tabled, and that will ease the task and the work of the ministry. I must also thank the ministry, the line ministry, for having brought network towers to the areas of Uibes, where people have no hospitals, no clinics, but at least they are now in a means of making contact wherever such need arise. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, so I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yante. Yes, Honorable Nangama.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairman for the whole committee, for the whole council committee. Okay, for the first whole
First
council.
Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council.
Yeah, Vice Chairperson.
First Vice Chairperson.
Yeah, that one. That one. Thank you very much. I rise in support of the vote 29 for the Minister of Information and Technology. I understand the whole constituency or the constituency, all constituencies have the same problem of network coverage, especially for those rural areas. But the way of maybe prioritizing these things is the one that is cumbersome. I therefore have a request for the ministry when it's come to this prioritization should be visiting the regions so that the region have a priorities rather than of maybe each person just submitting. There are some areas where there's no, let's say, for instance, Ohangwena region, a Pembe constituency, we have almost 60 villages and there is only 2 network towers. There are some areas in the constituency, special Oikelo, it needs a special attention. Oshidute and also Omishe. Go to Enana there is also a same problem. Moving deep in the bush is where there's a problem, but I am urging wherever these priorities are set up should be the regional visited, should be the regional council who are at the grassroots take place in prioritizing these things. I'm in supporting of the vote, but in future I would like to see people coming to the region, to grassroots, so that they can give the right places. And in most cases, wherever NTC is erecting a tower, you see NTC is for making money or for, yes, making benefit. Instead of putting the tower at the right place, he put where there's many people, but the other people will be left out. Let us get the center where everybody will be having an access of that, rather than of putting a tower at a certain area, then those people will left for forever. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nangama, for that. Honorable Kachwani.
Good morning. Thank you, first chairperson of the whole committee. Mine is not long. It's about the backup, that they should consider backup at all the towers, that when non-power is off, that we can still have network. And we know that we are using this new technology for a lot of purposes. We are starting from this technology, and we are using e-learning, e-health, and also going through marketing. So at least that we can have a backup source for that. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House. Any further discussion? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. I shall now put vote 36, gender equality and child welfare. The allocation of 417,200,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I recognize Honorable Angula.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson for the Committee of the Whole House. I rise in support of Vote 36 for the Ministry of Gender Equalities and Child Welfare. This ministry provides a very cardinal and important services to our people, but I recognize that inadequate resources are hampering some of the services to these very important ministries. And I also want to applaud and thank the ministries, as this ministry was one of Namibia, was ranked one of the important, and by gender status index, Namibia is ranked number 8 globally and also number 1 in Africa. So we need to applaud this ministry for improving on gender. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, as I said, inadequate resources are hampering the services of these ministries. I have recognized when I've been doing my visit to these very ministries that you got into these ministries and they are not even cleaners at these particular ministries. First, and you know, the impression is when the ministry is not well looked after, you will always also question the services that are coming from that particular ministry. And it was attributed due to resources allocation that some of the positions were put on hold. And I believe cleaners, it's not really that expensive for one to accommodate as a ministry. So hence, I'm really encouraging the ministry to fast track the recruitment of this personnel. Otherwise, we are hampering the services from these ministries. And one of them also is the social workers. One social worker is covering more than 3 constituencies to more, or more than 3. And looking at our region, Oshkoto region is one of the vast regions, and also Sandy. Now, you go to the ministries, they are not even 4x4 car. Now, hence, so some of these constituencies, they are excluded due to lack of transport or mobility to reach to those Sandy constituencies. So hence, I'm encouraging the ministry at least to prioritize this constituency that were left out in the equations of the services that the ministry was supposed to render. Because you must understand that we are in an alarming situation where gender-based violence is on a very higher. So hence, we need to remedy the situation, or otherwise, if not, we might compromise losing life as we are witnessing nowadays. The other issue that I want to bring to attention of this House.
Honorable, with time, briefly.
Excuse me. Or time? No, I'm wrapping up, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. Yes, I'm saying that as I'm in support of these ministries, I'm also just urging the ministry at least to fasten those positions that were put on hold, so that at least once the budget is approved, the ministry should immediately, without further delay, including this very important personnel, and also submit the vote of 36 of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. And I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Angula. May I move to Honorable Monde?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of All Council, sorry. My statement is equally related to what Honorable Angula just mentioned. But let me just say that firstly, I wish to commend the Ministry of Gender and Child Welfare for the efficient administration of the various social grants that continue to support vulnerable members of our communities. These grants have become a lifeline for many households, especially the elderly, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable children. The Ministry's commitment to ensuring that assistance reaches those in need is highly appreciated. Honorable Vice Chairperson of Committee of All Council, honorable members of this August House, while we acknowledge these efforts, I wish to strongly urge the Ministry to consider the deployment of social workers to all 121 constituencies across the country. Our communities are experiencing increasing social challenges, including gender-based violence, child neglect, substance abuse, family disputes, mental health concerns, and cases involving vulnerable children and elderly. In many constituencies, these matters remain unattended or delayed because of the shortage of social workers. And I think when I said all communities, and I think in other regions also, and I'm speaking because I'm experiencing this at my office or constituency, communities members, especially maybe to those who have large rural areas, are often forced to travel long distances to seek assistance, as like Honorable Angula has mentioned. While some cases are never reported or properly handled due to the lack of professional support services at constituencies level, providing each constituency with at least one dedicated social worker would greatly strengthen early interventions, counseling services, community outreach, and the protection of vulnerable citizens. It would also improve coordination between local authorities, schools, police services, health facilities, and community leaders in addressing social problems before they escalate. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of all Council, investing in social workers is not merely an administrative matter, it's an investment in the well-being, dignity, and stability of our communities. I therefore urge the Ministry to prioritize the recruitment and equitable distribution of social workers to all 121 constituencies in the implementation of this vote. With these remarks, I support vote 36.
Thank you very much, Honorable Monde. Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. To support the vote of the Ministry, I wholeheartedly thank the Ministry for making a budgetary provision. But as it was alluded by my predecessors, that the most challenge we have in the constituencies are social workers. And at the same time, I would love to send a stern warning to our young graduates. I remember Tondoro constituency had one, but unfortunately, she had to move because the constituency does not provide proper Wi-Fi because of this network connectivity, and also the house, and it is more rural. Our young graduates, wherever you are employed, go and work. Even if the network connectivity and the Wi-Fi is not proper. Work there, that is where you are employed. And please, we need your service. Don't just run to towns. Those towns to which you are running were made by your colleague. If you will not make your town a conducive environment with the services, you will keep on running, and then at the end of the day, you will cry, I'm not employed. That is where the service is needed. I really, Honorable Vice Chair, or first Vice Chair of the whole House Committee, I love to support this vote so that the implementation can kickstart without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. May I invite Honorable Kuoko. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. The first is that this ministry it was a big ministry, but after this new administration, some functions went away, maybe to the Ministry of Finance. And now the community outside there, they are confused. The services which used to be provided to this ministry is not well made aware to the community. So my first appeal to this is that the ministry out there in the constituencies or the regions, they have to carry out awareness that no, some of these functions or services we used to provide is now with a certain ministry. That is my first appeal to this ministry. Because the communities, they are still thinking of, as usual, that ministry. Having said that, is that now they are left with some functions with our children there in the street, and some of them, they are always at the shop, in front of shops, either here in Windhoek, Monday, or there where we are coming from. But as it was said already, that there is need of employment of some staff members who's dealing with some issues at this ministry, like the social workers, to be employed in each and every constituency, so that we can take care of our children, those who are not attending school. Some of them, even if the school is out, they are going out the street there and doing those. Also, just to talk to them, to guide. Not every parent having that time of having a way of to implement, the law also on that side. That you cannot, you have to come to a certain extent of to implement your child. So I think the ministry needs to employ those social workers, and also to construct that house safety and homes, safety and shelter. It's in its region. I think only 4 or 5 in Namibia having those places to keep these children. So each region needs, because each region having those children. So at least, so that we can, and in this way also, is to minimize our children at the end of the day to end up in a prison, to become gangsters and to make criminal issues and end up in the prisons. And in the really sense, if you go there, only youngster who's there end up halfway of the school, didn't complete some school. So maybe there's a lack, as we said, social workers, also to have those houses to host them and also to talk to them. One of them will be becoming members as we are here, or ministers even. Yeah, so those how things are happening. If we are just look at them like that, we will end up not having our people, the young people, they will end up, some of them, they will end up just, their life now is just in the prisons there. But it's us, it's our responsibility as through the Ministry of Gender, so that they can carry out such responsibilities. Also, lastly, we have these children from Angola who is here. All of us, we just look at them. Instead of one of the ministry, maybe this one, the gender, to look at them, to host them somewhere, while the other stakeholders or the other line minister, the other ministry is coming on board also to see how we can assist in such. But now if we are just look at them like that, at the end of the day, we will not having a very good governance, how we can deal with our own social activities within the country. We will not have, at the end of the day, we will have people rumoring around.
Honorable, I'm reminding you about your time.
Yeah, rumoring around, but while we are having some ministries which can take responsible of some of these functions. With those few, I thank you. Opo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwoko. Honorable Katembo.
Thank you very much. The first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. My expectation to this ministry is for them to restore the dignity of the community or the resident of Namibia. It will seem like we are repeating the same thing, but this is the reality, what is happening at the constituency. The social workers, like in my constituency, today they are going to appoint the social worker. Tomorrow the social worker is back to town. Due to once you want to investigate, then they will respond that no, there is no accommodation there and there is no network. These are the only two. And they cannot work without network. They cannot work while they are in that situation of not comfortable accommodation. And this is the truth. Maybe what the ministry should do first is to build houses for this, our newly graduate, because they are young. They would not like to stay in a house where we want to put them. From there, the honorable members, social protection is not a charity. It is a constitutional obligation. And in Mukwe, the elderly people depend on old age grants. And the orphans and vulnerable children rely on social support. Many households survive through these safety nets. I support the bill while urging stronger to focus on the following: to strengthen the grant system, ensure timely payments, and expand coverage where necessary. So I support the bill and so submit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo. Honorable Seimi.
For the opportunity.
Before Honorable Seimi, Honorable Mchinti.
Yeah. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, I'm stand Rule 68, Sub-Rule 5, point of information. Honorable members, when we are saying, now we are not supporting the bill, we are contributing to the vote. When you, at the end of your speech, you can say, I support the vote. Instead, I support the bill. Because we are discussing each bill, I so move. Honorable. Each vote is vote. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti. Honorable Semi, may you continue?
Much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of Committee of Whole Council. I also want to make a short contribution in terms of vote 36, gender equality and child welfare. The concern is really the children that are in the streets. Even some are in the robots, begging for money and so on. I think it's a very bad picture for our country. I understand some are coming from neighboring country, but the image that is presented here is for our country and making us to look very irresponsible citizens or leader. So my request is really the ministry to come up with programs to remove children that are begging money either at the malls or streets, to come up with and build the facilities and have programs interacting with the families of those children so that whatever the needs or whatever the situations, they are catered to be allocated those facilities and rehabilitated and put back to school so that in future they also become responsible and contributing citizens of our country. So that is really the request that I'm requesting the ministry to consider building facilities, maybe during the review of the budget. And we can start one by one by prioritizing regions maybe that has more of this concern, and also have a program that is well planned in interaction and coordination with family of those children so that they are removed from the street and integrated through facilities that they can be rehabilitated.
My apology, I can see Honorable Kumu. Okay, thereafter.
Yes.
Okay.
So with that, I support the vote 36, gender equality and child welfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Seimi. Honorable Kumu.
Thank you very much. First Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, House Council, I would like to contribute on the vote 36 of gender equality and child welfare. This is a very pivotal service provider when it comes to our communities that are suffering through different socio-economical challenges, which then also to do with their mental health. And therefore, the child that is living in a distressed environment are mainly also found in the areas of rural settings, whereby different services that are supposed to support their life so are not are found. So therefore, my contribution on this will be just to suggest that the ministry strengthens the mobility of the social workers so that they could reach to all areas of the constituencies. For example, where I come from, a social worker will serve from the nearest town, which is Chumeb and based in Tinsabes. But then also areas as far as Farm 6, areas like Ondera, Ombili. In terms of when you inquire about the services, when that will come there, it's a matter of transport at most of the time. And some of the time it's also unavailability of the social worker due to the fact that the social worker has to serve many places within that specific constituency. And I think this might be a uniform challenge all over the regions. But this will just call upon strengthening that assurance so that the social workers can be able to be mobile enough to reach out to these communities. This will help that we prevent the child. We have seen that children are taking, their own life. They commit suicide, and also our community members, the household support that needs the social workers' intervention, are also catered for. And therefore, from the stand that I'm here, I also support the proposed budget for this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pumuk. Any further discussion? Honorable Brandt?
Thank you for the floor. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the whole Council, for giving me the floor. I just wanted to contribute on vote 36. As it was already mentioned by the previous speakers, it's really a concern for us that are coming from the remote areas, from the villages, seeing these children in the streets every day, even if they are from the neighboring countries, which is our brothers and sisters. If they are Angolians, if they are Zambians, they are our own neighbors, which is our brothers. I don't think we'd like to have such situation with our own people that are in those specific countries. At the end of the day, these are children. It's small children that is like your own children at your house that we are seeing every day standing there in this cold, in the rain. I want the Ministry of Gender to go into it to help these children. And it's not only about the children in the streets of Windhoek. In the remote areas, in the farms, we do have people from Angola and Zambia that are heading other people's cattle and goats. And they are also with their small children that are not even going to school. I would really like these children to be helped out, to be given education, to be put somewhere where they are safe, because they are the future. They are the future of this world. So I support with that the vote 36. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt. Any other or any further contribution? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. So, honorable members, before I move to the next vote, I just want to remind the House that if you have to put the point of order, point of information, rather than to stand up, it's just to stand up rather than just an indication of a hand, just for me to make a difference between the one wants the floor and the one making the point of order or point of information. point of information or point of order, just rise up. Then the one who is seeking for a floor, then by indication of a hand. So thank you very much, honorable members. I shall now put vote 38, water and marine resources, 1,027,000,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I observed the indication of Honorable Amjinti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. I stand to support vote 38 with an amount of 1,027,000. 27 million. I did that to see if you are sleeping or if you are following. So it means that you are wake up. You are unwake. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm always saying, yes, I'm always strongly saying, you can stay longer without a laugh, but you can not stay longer without water. First and foremost, I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for the completion of activating 2 earth dams in the Uunona region, 1 in Oshakati East, 1 in Okaku Coast Base. Yes, water is under agriculture. That vote is under the Minister of Agriculture. However, there are still critical water infrastructure gaps in Oshana. The region continues to face critical water infrastructure challenges that are directly affecting rural community. Several essential projects have been identified in Oshana region, even in other regions, but remain unfunded in the current budget. For example, in Oshana, the cancellation of tender of 6 earth dams in this was cancelled, but in this current budget, no budget provision made to this 6 earth dam to be constructed. And also one of the challenges that you are facing, the lack of upgrading and the rehabilitating of Erimi South Pipeline Scheme and the development of Ombode and Ngobe on the Wengeje is one of the problems. These projects, they total require for an amount of 15 million, but yet there is no single allocation has made to date to this project. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, the absence of investment of this project has resulted in persistent water shortage, particularly during the dry season, with some community going without water for extended periods. The existing pipeline infrastructure is inadequate to meet the current demand, leading to low pressure, water pressure, and unreliable water supply. These projects are critical not only to household consumption, but also for livestock, sanitation, and agricultural productivity. Investing in water infrastructure is therefore a fundamental requirement for sustainable development in the region. Therefore, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council and Honorable Member, I appeal to the Ministry to find a way to fund this project to address the critical water infrastructure gap in the region of Oshana and the other regions so that people can have an access to potable water. With that, honorable members, I support vote 8. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti. Honorable Kavaka.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dawanifa. First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. I stood up here to support vote 36. Sorry, 38. Vote 38 of water and marine resources, which was budgeted over $1 billion. Our government is trying to do its utmost best in drilling boreholes, especially in rural areas. But the problem that we are facing is a time frame between the drilling of a borehole and the installation of a borehole. Sometimes we are going up to a year, a borehole has been drilled, but the installation is taking a longer period of time. Our people are sitting there knowing that the borehole has been drilled and yield a very good yield, but they have to wait for a very long period of time. We are having another problem in ASAP. ASAP 10, there is an establishment where people have been employed. Their duty station is ASAP 10. But those people are operating from Popapes because there is no office in ASAP 10. So, and imagine between ASAP 10 and Popapes, the distance is 360 kilometers. So whenever people are having problem here, they have to wait for someone who has to travel 360 kilometers. So I'm urging the Directorate of Rural Water Supply to construct an office in ASAP so those people that are into that surrounding so that they can be helped from the surrounding of the ASAP 10 office. And one of the things that is giving me gray hair about rural water supply is a maintenance team. I don't know honestly whether the Directorate of Rural Water Supply, or maybe this is only in Amaheke where this is happening, go into the office at the constituency level of rural water supply. In those offices, there is nothing, not even a tool. There is nothing. So what is happening is that those people are just sitting in offices from 8 to 5. They even don't have a transport. If a village, now what villagers are doing, whenever they no longer go to those offices, whenever they are having problem within the office, the very first office that they approach is a constituency office. Now a constituency, as a regional councillor, you have to fight with the people at from the regional office for these people to be helped. So I'm urging also the Directorate of Rural Water Supply to start equipping the maintenance team and providing them with tools. And the other thing, before I sit, you know, we are moving now from the engine-driven technology where people are using diesel engine into the solar installation now. Our people need to be given that training also, because a contractor is coming, install everything. When there is a problem, the moment you go to the Directorate of Rural Water Supply, these people are lacking that expertise of the new installation of the solar. So these people must also be given an in-training service. So I support vote 38, so I submit Honorable First Chair, Person of the Committee of the Whole House Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kavaka. Then Honorable Simasiku. There is no indication. Honorable Skulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Allow me to join other honorable members to congratulate our head of state
Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Deitwa for appointing 7 deputy ministers from this house. Are we not happy with this? Yes, I rise to contribute on vote 38. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuda, for allocating 1,027 million to the Department of Water and Marine Resources. Umsati region, as a representative, continue to suffer lack of access of potable water and low water pressure. But as a region, we want to thank the government of the Republic of Namibia because currently we have a contractor at Okahao constituency busy with the extension, the water pipeline from Itapa village to Tsathima village, about 30 kilometers, and we really appreciate this development. Moreover, the team responsible repairing boreholes are experiencing transport shortage, as my deputy minister have noted. They need more vehicles to be able to do their work effectively and efficiently. Drilling and installation of boreholes is always delayed. Broken water pipeline and boreholes go unattended for a long time, and this is a serious obstacle to service delivery. Umsati is a flood-prone region, like the other region, Umsati and Wangwena, to mention a few. There are always clarion calls from the leaders and community in this region for the construction of earth dams to harvest flood water for future use. I'm therefore appealing to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform to allocate money to upgrade Etaka over their canal so that it can take from Etaka to over there. And I want to repeat this one. I am therefore appealing to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform to allocate money to upgrade Etaka over their canal so that it can take from Etaka over their canal. The canal caters 3 regions, which is Umsati, Oshana, and Oshikoto. And the ministry should consider our plea. The ministry and NamWater must seriously, urgently address the issue of excess water and lower water pressure. The community understands the function of water supply and sanitation coordination are decentralized to the regional council. This exposes regional council to accusation of inaction and non-responsive to community need due lack of mobility. This must be addressed urgently. I equally urge the Ministry of Finance to consider in the next budget to increase money allocation to the Department for Water Affairs to cut for Etaka over their canal upgrading, potable water pipeline extension, and borehole drilling in Ohangwena, Oshana, Unene, Umsati, and Oshikoto. Because water is life. Hence, my prayer. Honorable first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the House Council, with that I submit and I support the vote. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skulo. May I invite Honorable Monde?
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. I think I've missed the contribution I want to make was about the marine resources, but I will reserve it for defense contribution, defense budget.
Yes, Honorable Monde?
Yes.
Maybe you can raise up your voice a bit.
No, I said the comments that I wanted to put forth today, I'll reserve it for the Ministry of Defense vote.
Thank you very much. Then Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. Let me end there. For now, for the floor accorded to me to contribute towards this vote and to support and to raise a concern. Some of the areas that were drilled in the constituency, more especially Tondoro, they were drilled in 2022. And these localities have got salty water. And then the Directorate of Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Coordination told us that apparently there are equipment that they are procuring from outside Namibia so that to desalinate this water. As of 2022 to date, communities are they are keeping on calling, Councillor, when are these desalination equipment coming to desalinate this water so that we can have water? Because water is a necessity. It is not a want. It's a basic necessity. And also one thing I realized with this directorate, as my colleague have alluded, is that transport is really a serious issue with the Directorate of Rural Water Supply. I think it's in all the regions. There is a serious need by the ministry to procure transport for these staff members, because the cars that they are having is only those Noma Timbers, the old ones, and the NPC3 Nissans. Some of these cars cannot really go in the sandy areas, unfortunately. And one thing I also want the ministry also to consider is procuring rigs, because these private hydrologists, they are charging government a lot of money. One borehole for 120 depth, they are charging 350,000, just a borehole. With the installation, it goes up to 500,000. If the ministry procures rigs, I think it will cut the cost, and then the drilling of boreholes will be effective. I think I'm appealing the ministry really to consider rigs so that we, at the regional level, we have these rigs, even 2 rigs for 2 regions, at least for now. If the year goes, then we continue procuring to avoid this exorbitant amount that are being charged by these hydrologists. So with that, I support the vote and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. Honorable Joseph.
Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, fellow members of this August House, good afternoon. I rise today to address the critical imperatives of Vote 38, which is water provision. The current fiscal climate, characterized by constrained development funding, demands that we prioritize our expenditures with surgical precision. We are currently witnessing a systemic failure in Department of Rural Water Supply, not due to a lack of professional will, but due to a catastrophic failure of logistics. Our operational capacity is effectively paralyzed by a fleet that is perpetually sidelined. by mechanical breakdowns. When we examine the ground reality in Karas region particularly, Karasburg East and Besba constituencies, the narrative is clear. The department is failing to meet the basic water demands of our people. This is not a failure of policy, but a failure of the tools required to execute the policy. The backlog of rehabilitation works is mounting, and every day that our maintenance teams remains grounded, the cost of future repairs exponentially further straining our already limited resources. So to reverse this trend, we must move beyond mere maintenance and commit to the urgent procurement of new robust fleet, specifically off-road 4x4 buggies and high-capacity tanker trucks. Without these assets, the Department of Rural Water Supply is effectively trying to fight a wildfire with a garden hose. Investing in this fleet is not an indulgence. It is a prerequisite for economic stability. We are to achieve the development goals outlined in our national planning frameworks. We must ensure that our infrastructure reaches the most vulnerable populations in our remote regions. The current state of water infrastructure in our region is precarious, and we are operating with a single tanker truck, tasked with serving the entire Karas area. This vehicle is stretched beyond its operational limits, forced to navigate vast solid block terrains while simultaneously attempting to address emergency repairs at broken water points that fall outside its primary mandate. The urgency of this situation cannot be overstated. Our communities are still reeling from the devastating effects of recent droughts, which have decimated our livestock and left our kraals empty. To ensure the survival of the remaining herds and to provide a pathway for the economic upliftment of our citizenry, we must prioritize the rehabilitation and expansion of our water delivery systems. I therefore urge the Line Ministry to conduct an immediate assessment of these logistical constraints. We must move beyond temporary fixes and invest in infrastructure required to facilitate the development agenda of the citizens. By securing reliable water access, we provide our people with the tools they need to rebuild their lives and contribute to national economy. In concluding my contribution to Vote 38, I wish to offer a brief word of counsel to the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, the primary implementer of this budget allocation. Specifically, I address the technocrats operating under the leadership of the ED. When official delegations are dispatched to regions such as Karas, it is imperative that the regional leadership be extended the professional courtesy of a formal notification. On two separate occasions, ministerial visits to the Nekardal Dam site occurred without the knowledge of the regional authorities, who were left to learn of these activities only through media reports. Such a lack of communication is regrettable and frankly unacceptable in a governance framework predicated on collaboration. Let us continue to build our nation upon the foundations of mutual respect and institutional trust. Honorable members, I support this vote with a firm belief that our investment today will yield the resilience our people so desperately need for tomorrow. And I urge this House to support this appropriation, ensuring that our water provision strategy is backed by the physical capacity to deliver on our promises. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joseph. Honorable Spapela. Honorable Spapela is not there. Honorable Katembo.
Thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable members, regional equity remains a pressing concern. Kavango East region continues to face the following: underdevelopment, limited infrastructure, high poverty levels, limited access to water, to clean water, high unemployment, especially among youth. As we are speaking right now, the people in Kavango region, they are still fetching water from the river. And now they have become a victim. Crocodiles are attacking, more especially the women and children. The few boreholes that was drilled, people are just getting water just right there at the borehole. This water is not enough even for those people to that specific region. I never observed the following. I went through this, but I never, in my constituency, I never observed the following: the construction of the bulk pipeline, as I heard from the other honorables from the constituency. And to other regions, they are now busy replacing this pipeline. Safe access to potable water. Imagine people are still drinking water from the river, just straight, just like that. And some of them just from the wells this rainy season. And if you see this river, I mean this water, really, you won't like it. You feel pity to those people. The water rural supply need transport. People, the community are ready to pay for water. But once you consult the water rural supply office, they are saying they don't have transport to take this water to the people. Really, water is a problem. And you cannot separate the Kavango people from the river. We are bound to this river. This vote, please, we need to do something on water, more special in Kavango region, Mukwe constituency. Mukwe constituency is the vast constituency in the region, and I think in the country at large even. People are suffering. As we are speaking now, the Mangamba and the Maputa, they doesn't have water. Right now, as we are speaking. There are still villages that are using diesel instead of solar. And once their diesel got finished, these people will stay for 2 to 3 days without water. And they don't have transport. And there's the no network we are speaking. Previous. These are the reality in the constituency. I rise up to support the votes, and I hope this time we must correct these historical imbalances by assuring fair allocation of resources. And you underlined the following: targeted investment in the underserved region. I so submit, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katembo. We are heading towards lunch. 5 minutes to go. So, Honorable Ngunai here, then there are still 2 honorable members additional to Honorable Ngunai to contribute. If we can make it so very brief.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House, honorable members. I just rise to contribute to vote 38. And first and foremost, I want to thank the ministry also for drilling some boreholes in our constituencies in different villages. Having said that, this ministry is very important to all of us, especially rural communities or rural farmers who depend on water for their livelihoods. However, to me, the budget allocated to the ministry is not enough due to various challenges.
because the ministry is given less budget. Therefore, the budget also given to the regions is not enough. It's not sufficient to cater for the challenges. Talking from experience, especially from the office, the regional office of Minister of Agriculture and Water Supply, the trucks that are there, all of them, they are old and they are not roadworthy because there is no fund to repair these trucks. And currently, most of the when communities report water problems, officials cannot respond on time because there is no money to buy materials needed by the farmers. Even basic maintenance of water points has become a challenge due to lack of fund. The other concern that I have for this ministry is daily subsistence allowance to their staff members. We know that this ministry is buying camping equipment for their staff members. And whenever they are going out, the rate is given to them is 202. While other ministries, if they are moving from their center to elsewhere in the region, they are given 1,300. I think that this ministry must do away with buying equipment for their staff members and give the rate to staff members that, just like other ministries do. My plea to the ministry is increase the budget allocation for water and marine resources so that the region can carry out operations and capital projects effectively. Provided fund to repair vehicle and buy material to maintain water points so that officials can respond to farmers' needs on time. Water is life. If we want to support our farmers and rural communities, we must give this ministry the resources it needs and to do its work properly. And I think that is high time also for the ministry not to consider buying water and drilling leak for some regions, starting from Kunene. Kunene must be first because it's vast and is negatively affected by drought. And also by having water and drilling leak, it will help to minimize government spending a lot of money on these private contractors. Because they are charging a lot of money, they are milking the government, and the community still left destitute because they need these services. With these few remarks, I support the vote, and I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngunaye, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members. It is lunchtime, and we are still having members that have to or want to contribute to such vote. And with my appeal, I request the honorable members, as we are heading to lunch, that you contribute after lunch. The honorable members are as follow: Honorable Nangama, Honorable Roy, Honorable Seimi, and Honorable Chipapera. So after lunch, immediately from lunch, then we will start with you, plus Honorable Brandt. So with that said, may we break for lunch and objection? Okay. So then we'll come back at exactly 2 o'clock, 1400.
umuno mundu uno kastora ko chepsa nora china burive arando ofara mondenga karando ishavari chwe yapuye mekuhongo usha bakonyizo chepsa nju obinami bya ungura ko munyombie kushito shinambye keno kuhungira o kuwira mo uto chepsa nora china mapeto thirire uri ko atushitaza no binea bakwetu batubateraza ne uriri omunyo uri mokubanga ujavi atuhetu tuyeruruke arutu
Zena.
like I'm walking on sunshine. And there's nothing that can bring me down. Real good, like joy came in the morning, and the birds are singing sweeter sound. The songs set me free if I just believe I am. Vision is key, so if you can see, you can rise above it. So
someone is set through. Would have been nice, eh? Would have really been nice. Most likely.
I'm gonna
1-0, maybe 1-0, maybe just one, maybe. Let's flow. Hi guys, I need to do a proper intro. Anywho, let's get going. There we go. We found it. Let's see what do we have starting off on the first left. Ooh. Bedroom number 1. Space, so much space. I mean, imagine if you had to stay here for like a week or so. This is enough space. So this is bedroom number 1. So it looks like curtains. Yeah, I like this. It's pretty. Not bad at all. Okay, that's entering, and then that's your left. On your right, that's bedroom number 2. So clean, so pretty. One thing I love about Bethany Travel, makes it so easy for me. And my family, okay, so much cupboard as well, so much space. This is how it looks like. Definitely just similar. I hope I'm saying it right. Oh, there's a safe there as well. Definitely similar to the fixed room when it comes to the space as well. And then after the first room, here's your second left. We've got the bathroom. We've got a shower. Got a shower there. Ooh, got a bathtub as well. Love this, especially when traveling with the kids. Throw them in there and put a little water, because they're saving water. Little water. And they're in there. There's the toilet. Got little mirrors here. Hi, that is me. Okay. I love this as well. It's really spacious, this place. It's really spacious.
Is your mama? Is it?
Jesus! The devil is a liar.
Who is this one?
I'm sorry, ma. I'm sorry.
Come on, Julia, push, push!
Fine girl with a fine face, with a fine shape. You be that kind of girl where I no go like lose, I go like chase, I go like take.
Oh, what a beautiful sight. The people shining bright.
Ella. 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 Osh. Hey. Hey. Gymnasium girls. Anti-concert gymming. Wash. Wash. Wash.
Hi, this is Minister David. I have a great news for you, an amazing news, and the news is all about the Great Awakening season.
Last but not least,
Ah, yeah. Men are not nice people.
Hela, hela. $325 and 7.5 here, 30 here, 9 minute 2.5 5 here, 9 minute.
May we be seated? May I call the House to order? Honorable members, welcome back from lunch. And we may continue with the business of the day. We are still under vote 38. And we have to continue with Honorable Nangama. Honorable Nangama, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson for the whole committee. Good afternoon, Honorable members. I like to give my contribution to vote 38. First and foremost, I would like to give my appreciation to the Ministry of Agriculture, whereby water is life. We are lucky because in the Ohangwena region, the Pembe constituency, we benefited a lot on this, especially for during the tenure of Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Elia Langurale. What I want to contribute on this one, I want to support the vote, and I want to give my feeling on this. The transfer for the migration of from the diesel pump to the solar power. We have many boreholes that are working on the diesel machine, and this is cumbersome. Many people could not afford to use those pumps due to the excretion of diesel. And I am of the suggestion, with this budget or in the near future, the migration from the diesel pump to the solar panel or to the solar energy. On the other hand, I'm also have a concern of the maintenance people or the artisans. There are some offices within our country where there is no artisan, and if it happened to some blockage happening there, water used to be very wasted, because the way of there's a long way of going or having that connection with the region. I am preaching here that there should be a need of or a recruitment of all the artisans at all constituency level, wherever there is a rural water supply office. There is some boreholes or some regions where the water are so very salinity, where they need to be desalinated. Water needed to be desalinated, and I am really preaching here or appealing the ministry, wherever this situation to be required by desalinate the water. I have a practical example of one borehole that have a salinity water, and there was a team that built that borehole for the machines for desalination. Since 2022, the village is called Olungu, and those people are suffering. Since 2022, the building was constructed, and the machine up to this time as we are speaking, there is nothing at all, and the people are suffering, and the water are there. If animals happen to drink that water, they might get diarrhea and so on. They are not consumable, and I want this for immediate intervention. On the other hand, I am very happy for the aquifer tool that we are talking in Ohangwena region. Say we are sitting and we are walk on top of water in Ohangwena region because we have aquifer tool, but the exploration of that aquifer tool is delayed. Now I'm happy because by looking at the NTF, there is that aquifer tool Omteonime, Omdaungiro Omteonime, that will cover Ohangwena region and the Sokoto. And I'm now preaching, or I'm now appealing the ministry and the Directorate of Water Supply to explore or to implement this. this project will assist most of the people, especially Hangwena and Oshkoto. I'm also in the same vein appealing wherever we have the water that are running within Oceanas. We have flood in Ohangwena and the other regions. But those water, they just run without being harvested. I'm there appealing that the program of excavation
Thank you,
of
Honorable.
the earth dam should be
5
accelerated.
minutes has gone.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah, what I wanted, as I am concluding, I said I wanted to say that the program of earth dam should be excavated so that we can harvest the water and we not experiencing people suffering. Thank you very much. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nangama. May I invite Honorable Roy?
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the House Council. As it was already said by our honorable members, I don't want to repeat what they have said because the challenges are similar. But what I'm saying is water is not a luxury. Water is life. Water is dignity. And without water, there can be no meaningful development. Now, just to look on the challenges mainly that I'm having in the Arthur region, more especially in Haribes and Vertes, our residents continue struggling with access to water for both human and animal consumption. Now, for many rural families, livestock is not merely property. It is food security, it is income, and it is survival for them. Now, our important concern, or those people's concern, my people's concern, raised by residents is that how can they struggle, or how can struggling farmers meaningfully participate in agricultural support programs when they have already lost their livelihoods due to drought? Now, therefore, we are urging the government to strengthen drought relief programs, livestock restocking initiatives, borehole drilling in Haribes, and support for rural water infrastructure in storage facilities like at Vertes. Without proper water infrastructure, communities cannot develop properly, and vulnerable households continue suffering the most. That's basically all what I wanted to say. But the most importantly also, Honorable Chairperson, is without water, there is no agriculture. There is no food security. There is no sustainable rural economy. And there is no dignity for our people. Now, in conclusion, the concerns raised by communities reflects the realities faced by many Namibians daily. Therefore, I support the vote while urging continued focus on water security, drought recovery support, infrastructure maintenance, and sustainable rural development. Our people do not simply want temporary relief, they want sustainable solutions that will allow them to rebuild their livelihoods and become self-reliant again. Thank you so much. So I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roy. May you switch off your mic. Honorable Saimi.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of Committee of Whole Council. I raise to support vote 38 water and marine resource with an amount of 1,027,000,000. We really want to see that after appropriation of this money, it must reflect on the ground with some some impact. However, I also want to make some general comments just to say it was almost thinking impossible when the issue of free education was tabled. But today it's achieved. We have a free education from primary school up to secondary and tertiary. I think we need to give some round of applause to our president. Now, that might also look impossible, as we are saying we want water is life and dignity to our people. I think it's time that we should really consider water should be free to our citizens. If it really has to dignify our people, we should consider water to be free, and maybe only in the instances for those that are doing a business. But for whole household consumption, if we invest properly in the infrastructure, you drill a borehole which is working on solar, there will be little maintenance. If we construct canals around the whole country, water will be for free, and the agriculture sector will also flourish. We will be able then now to do agriculture, food security will be there, and the poverty will be a thing of the past. So I really call that perhaps by after the Vision 2030, we should then have water for free to our citizens, and this country will be flourished. We want to make Namibia a country of milk and honey, and it's possible because the president is talking about mineral beneficiations. The mineral that we have here, they must subsidize some of those life dignified aspects or resources like water. Therefore, honorable members, my contribution is really to support that money is adequate and it can be reviewed just to support in the next midterm review to develop more infrastructures around the country. We are surrounded by water. We are saying really our country is dry, but if you see the underground water that we have around Oshikoto, Grootfontein, Ohangwena, in Kavango you have the river, in Oranjemund you have Orange River, in Kunene you have the Kunene River. The whole coastal area also is water that from the sea that we can also do the desalinations. In Umsati, many times people have enjoyed water of that canal from Kunene. They are not paying, and all they can do now, as you can see, is improving with agriculture because they are just tapping water from there and investing in the agriculture, and they are making a living. So, therefore, honorable member, this one might look impossible, but if we put effort, we can make provisions of water to our residents in this Namibia for free with a subsidizing from the mineral resources. The president of Burkina Faso is building his country with the gold and is making it happening. Let's also learn from there, and I believe we can do that. It's really possible. So with that, I support the vote with the funds appropriated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Seimi. Honorable Spapela. Honorable Seimi, your mic off.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Council of the whole House. I'm raising again to support the vote on water and marine resources. to the amount of 1,027,000,000. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, the issue of water in this House may now sound as if it's a stereotyped thing. Why is it becoming a stereotyped thing in this House? It is because water is an essential component in life. And without water, there is no life. I see, if I stand here and I look around this house, I see very clean faces, clean suits, well-dressed and clean dresses because of nothing other than water. That is the work of water. Water in our country has become a very serious issue among our citizens of this country, the whole Namibia. You may maybe hear about the floods whatsoever. We shouldn't be deceived, as I mentioned in my median speech, that we shouldn't be deceived by those come and go like a floods in this country. I think it is the duty of these two houses to make sure that water is available, and it is possible, I mean, for our citizens. We are very few in this country not to have more water. So each and every citizen need to have enough water. As the other speaker has just mentioned now, that it is also possible for water to be free in this country. As I mentioned previously, I said when we took over the offices, we made some routine around our constituencies. Honorable Vice Chair, to tell you the truth, that my constituencies, the Nyanti constituency, is a critical constituency regarding the shortage of water. One day when I was visiting, I found they were busy slaughtering and skinning almost 11 cattle, which fall into the system while they were looking for water. 11, and these cattle, they were from one farmer. They fall into a system, and they all died there because of the dryness. So when we talk about water in this country, we shouldn't take it as something of normal thing. It should be taken at a very, very serious and a very, very serious concern of the leadership of this country. I remember Her Excellency, the President, one day when he was making her routine in one of the regions. The people came to her, I saw it, came to her, and they were telling her that she should give them electricity while they had no water. Then her answer was, no, I'm not going to give you electricity now. First thing I'll do, I'll give you water, because water is life. So I stand here, Honorable Vice Chair, to support this vote. I'm not fully supporting it because the amount allocated to this ministry on this vote is less. Because we need more water tanks, within the regions, within the constituencies. We need
Honorable-
more water tank. In
Honorable
Zambezi
Swapela,
region,
you are
there's
reminded
no
about,
water tank.
you are reminded about time.
Honorable Vice Chair, this time we cannot be allocated to senior citizens sometimes. Because senior citizens need to tell the nations that the reality here. So I'm from very far Zambezi region to come for 5 minutes here.
Yes,
Anyhow, I shall submit, Honorable Vice Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Citizen. We have taken note of that. However, the House has agreed upon for the 5 minutes discussion per each member. So thank you very much. I think you have done justice to your time. Thank you very much. I may also remind the Honorable House that the right which is granted to the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council has also to be really acknowledged by the House. Just to remind the House that put it right to say first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council. Like that, ne? Yes, thank you very much. So, Honorable Kwoko.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. It's true, Honorable Chipapera. Water is life. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, this vote, my honorable members have said already that because we are talking about life, the budget is not enough. It's not enough. I can see some figures here which is supposed to come this side. Maybe if we could have that right, we could sift it. But nevertheless, we have to recommend to the ministry that all the water sources within the country, whatever possible is from now on, they have to be looked at and start providing water to the people. We could not, or we cannot just always come here. We talk about water. Next year, water. The other time is still water. We heard about Aquifer somewhere there in Ohangona. This, for me, is not the first time. Maybe this is the 6th year. I have that pipeline supposed to come from Ruakana or Makange or Puo. Up to date, yes, I'm talking here. Nothing happened. But somewhere I saw some figures. Those figures just vanished. So I think some people have to be held accountable to those. There is also within my region now, we relying much on the livestock. Dams to us, them to our livestock is the priority number 1. Because if those water go and gone from those mountains, human being that we don't have enough boreholes, the livestock and ourselves as community, we come to the borehole and water is not enough again. So I'm requesting the ministry to make sure that dams will come to the region, not only to Kunene, elsewhere within Namibia. I know it's an outcry from this house. There's boreholes, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, in Kunene, which is drilled there, but it's not casing, just drilled. Those protection is not put in. At the end of the day, those roots, they penetrate and the nice borehole with enough water collapse. When they drill, they go forever. Honestly, I think that the ministry with this, what we are seeing here, they have to relook in that one. When they drill, they have to case the borehole. They must put those things. We cannot just say we drill and you leave it. At the end of the day, nothing helps, just money gone like that. We cannot waste the resources. It's not enough, although we have enough natural resources. I mean, yeah. The other thing is that the community, they used to go with those pipes which they fall there. They got the rust also. Rust. Rust, eh? So because there is no maintenance to maintain, to take those old pipes out and put the new one. The government is not making provision. In our Kunene, we buy ourselves the pipes there. Maybe I don't know other regions. So not everybody having enough money to buy those pipes. So I think the government must start now buying pipes so that people cannot drink the dirty water again, although it's from the borehole. That one is a sickness already. Rust water is a sickness. So I'm requesting that the office, the ministry, to be given enough money. We used to see those things are decentralized to us. But while you see nice figures here, when it's coming to the region, boy, you cannot believe it. And in this system of procurement, also eating too much money, man. I think people must just buy direct. Some of this is a my honorable Ray there, she said that water doesn't have a you don't need to negotiate, just you have to give. So we my honorable
Honorable Coco, may you round up time?
Honorable senior citizen, yes, of course, yeah. I'm requesting honestly that the ministries or our officers there, which is dealing with water, they have to be given enough budget, enough to maintain those boreholes. In some of these boreholes, especially in the south here, most of them, they just fall like that. In our side today, we are giving our livestock with this human duck wells. We are still using that in Namibia here. 36 years. That is Congo. Why? 36 years.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that really we have to improve on water. We have to improve on water. Thank you very much. Thank you. I cannot support. I cannot support. There's no help here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Coco. May I call upon Honorable Ngula?
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House, of the whole Council. Yes, water is a universal challenges and concern, and I also raise to echo almost equally sentiment that were expressed by previous speakers concerning the water issue. And I've got a problem because most of the time regions send their priority list at the national level, but most of the times we are dictated by people at the national level. So hence, what is reflecting on the ground is not what the region have prioritized. And I believe as the people that are at the grassroots level should be the one who dictate
state what type of project they should be initiated. How should they be ranked? Hence, I think this phenomena of water being accelerated to every corner of our countries because probably there is not really a communication from the central to the grassroots level. So hence, even in Oshikoto, we have been talking of on Nime's King Koluma's pipeline. By then I was maybe when I was still at the local authorities. And I've been in the local authority for more than 15 years. And up to now, we are still talking about the same issue. Hence, honestly speaking, we need to accelerate some of this developmental issue because otherwise, we are also discouraging the hopes in the aspiration of our people when we are telling them. When you say that they don't know the pipeline is going to be upgraded, people have the hope. But now going back and then that the promise is not made, then it also create conflict amongst honorable councillors. So hence, as I'm supporting the vote, I'm also urging the ministry at least to urgently accelerate this very development. And also, the bureaucratic must also, because what we are saying is life. The other issue that I want to touch is the booster pump. As much as we are installing this pipeline and there are no booster pump in between, there will be no water reaching to the far end where we are intending. And I think it's a practical in Oshikoto region. So, like now, somewhere in July, we will already start experiencing these problems of scarcity of water not reaching to the far end. So hence, we are saying that as we are developing this pipeline, they must also be supported by a booster pump so that every corner the water is reached there. And lastly, is the drilling borehole that were drilled in Oshikoto. Majority of them, they are no installations. They are not operational. And the money was used and a year passed and those boreholes are not really rendering the services as intended. So hence we are asking the ministry at least to, and also to at least, maybe also to capacitate the personnel at the regional level because I'm also seeing that there's a lack of capacity at the regional level. So hence the ministry must really capacitate their personnel at the regional level so that we don't suffer. And also, lastly but not least, now is the rural supply. I do not know other services providers when they are facing problems like MTC, they are always noticed going to the public. But when come to rural, you pass by a week without water, but you will not be informed what is the problem in the rural areas. So, and we are saying that water is a basic human right. But when these colleagues are facing problems, they care less to inform the public. So hence, proactive instead of reactive should become the order of the day. With those few remarks, I support the vote 38, Honorable First Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Angula. Yeah, we can. Honorable Kapere.
Thank you very much. Honorable the First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I'm rising to support the vote 38. But equally, I would like to supplement what the previous speaker have said in terms of water, but adding one critical component that has been left out, and that is of the diviners.
Sorry for interruption. Honorable Papela, can you assist to switch off the mic for Honorable Angola? Thank you very much. Sorry for interruption.
Thank you so much. The ministry came up with a very innovative approach, and I think it's in Kunene and Omaheke that I'm aware of, where they have used the diviners. Diviners are those indigenous knowledge that use traditional methods to do siting, and we have combined those diviners with the modern technology of the machine to profile the area for siting. And as a result, in Omaheke, we have, for the first time, managed to have more than 84% successful rate of drilling. However, it was done, but there were no budget provisions made. My plea now is that under this vote, a budget line for the diviners must make provision for, because we have seen that it's successful, it can aid the process, and so that we make sure that whenever we are investing government in drilling, we are more likely to get water. And this has been demonstrated within Omaheke region and also Kunene. I'm not sure about the other region, but I want to make sure that there must be a sufficient budget allocation in that regard, so that it could also spill over or apply in all the regions. Honorable members, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, that's my contribution, and I support the vote.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Pakarai. Honorable members, any further discussion? And Honorable Brandt?
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I stand to support the bill, the vote. 38, agriculture, vote 38,
Water and marine resources.
Yes. In Irongo region as whole, we do also have water problems, unlike the other regions. In the coast, we are at least safe because we do have desalination plants. We are going to have 2. But in the inland, when it comes to Karabeb constituency, Dongres constituency, and in Uduzep, we are facing serious problems of water. Mostly the water that the people are drinking there are salty and it's not purified. People are having problems with rural water supply, that the same as the other regions, we are having only 1 truck for whole of Irongo region. And when it comes to delivering or help out at the settlements and farms with water, then sometimes the truck is broken. Sometimes there is no money for diesel to help out. I will really ask the plea to the Ministry of Rural Water Supply in Kapere to take this matter seriously, because they are having maintenance officers at the head office of the region in Kapere. But sometimes when people are having problems with the boreholes, with the machinery at the farms, it will take a month or 2 for them to be helped out, and which is not a good thing. I urge them also to have a specific mechanic that can fix trucks in their garage at the head office, Because if a truck breaks, they have to go out on tender to get somebody. And sometimes this person is not always good to fix the truck. The boreholes and the machinery at farms. I think rural water supply should go back to its normal way where they were going out, maintenance teams to repair or maintain the boreholes and the machinery. Because they hand over the boreholes and the whole station to the communities for them to look after them. But then these people only cares about putting diesel in the machines. The rest, they don't care. And if this maintenance group could go out and maintain these boreholes and the machinery, we will not have these problems of waiting for 2 months for the area to be repaired. So I'm really pleading, because there are areas like Omihana in the Daures constituency where people are using salty water since after independence. And that's really not good. Water is really a necessity to all, and all of us must have potable water. So with that, I think the money that has been allocated will help to sort these problems. And I think the areas that I have mentioned in our region must be the first priority. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brandt. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. Honorable members, I shall now put vote 16, justice. The provision of 460,750,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I observed an indication here for Honorable Amjinti.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable Member, as a chairperson of the Standing Committee on Home Affairs, Security, Constitution and Legal Affairs, this vote 16, it is very close to my heart, because it is within the faction and the mandate of our Standing Committee. Therefore, I stand to make my contribution to this vote 16 for justice with an allocation amount of 460,750,000. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the legal professions through the Ministry of Justice for their hard work in the legal system. However, there are critical shortage of magistrates, which causes detainees, waiting trial offenders, waiting for weeks or months in overcrowded, unhygienic holding prison cells that is designed for temporary, and this is given a burden to government to feed offenders, even those with minor cases, which are supposed to be concluded within a reasonable time if there were enough magistrates. And one of the problems also, there are too many cases and too few prosecutors and the magistrates, which make one would sit in jails for months before trial. To me, this justice delay. This justice delay is equal justice denial. One of the problem also is the legal fee affordability. Because most of the people cannot afford legal fees, of which poor people can stay in jail while rich people easily afford legal fees and they get released from jails. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, the supreme law of this country, which is the Constitution, guarantees equality before law, right to personal liberty, and timely trial. Therefore, overcrowded police cell and the prolonged detentions is equal to constitutional crisis because the rights that are provided by the Constitution might be violated in the process because there is not enough prosecutors and magistrates. Therefore, in my conclusion, Honorable First Vice Chairperson and Honorable Member, I want to propose the following to the Minister of Justice. Good enough, our Deputy Minister of Justice is here to listen. One, to recruit more magistrates to deal with backlogs of cases. To recruit more legal drafter to fast track the drafting of bill for tabling in Parliament. Number three, the e-justice should be fully rolled out to avoid file get lost because human errors might delay everything. Number four, the Minister of Justice, in collaboration with Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, should find a way to protect legal professions because there is an urgent need to protect them so that this type of brutal killing of innocent prosecutors, like, for example, Justina Chiweda from my constituency, who was brutally killed. So these things should not be repeated, but the prosecutor they should be protected. May her soul rest in an peace. Honorable, I support vote 16 for justice, and I so submit. Thank you very much. In justice and security, don't talk much. Straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mchinti. I call upon Honorable Sikongo.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council for the floor. Without wasting much of our time, I really 100% want to agree with Honorable Mjindi that magistrates need to be recruited because those of us living in the Kavango West, magistrate is commuting from Rundu every now and then. And sometimes there are postponement of cases and people are really getting tired and the cases are piling up. Without further ado, let me agree by saying the Tamil language, justice delayed is justice denied. And I support vote 16 and I so submit. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. Honorable Spapela.
I will reserve my comment on the vote for now. However, I do support the vote. I thank you.
Very much, Honorable Spapela. Honorable Chavionja.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chair of the Committee of Whole Council. Honorable members, I also rise to support the vote, but with reservations because I wanted to start on the issue that was just highlighted by Honorable Munjinji. I have two issues to raise. It's the protection. I believe after the incident of the magistrate in the north, our government has really put it to us that they have seriously taken this issue and it will be addressed. So my understanding is that when you look at this vote, the last financial year it has reduced with close to 30 million. So now you want to understand that I believe we are not going to remain reactionaries. We will be proactive in the process because we need to protect the 400 plus magistrates and prosecutors in the country. Their protection is the 24 hours protection, their escorts, and equally structural reform, now being where they are staying and where they are operating. That's one. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, Honorable First Vice Chair, Honorable Members, I'm equally disturbed by one thing, and it has to do with the bus that we are operating. I believe among us there are people also who are having bus here, and I'm really not one of those people that believe that you need to sell alcohol for you to make money. There are other things that people can do, but as it is, we are living in a free economy. People can do as they wish, but I'm only having a problem with the regulations of the liquor license. I'm just pleased that I'm sitting next to my deputy minister here. We are having a liquor act that we are operating from, of act number 6 of 1998, that regulate how people are applied, and then the process of being given, issued with the licensing, and also equally the process of renewing the license. But the biggest challenge, I don't have a problem, people can operate, but I'm only having a problem that these people are operating. You will find some are having licenses that operate up to 2 in the morning, others are operating up to 4 in the morning. So my plea is that maybe also through them, it's just now Honorable Amunjinji left, I was thinking that maybe I can even come up also with a motion in this regard, and then we see how we can revisit some of these regulations, because really kids have to rest, and even neighbors, because most of these people are operating in our neighboring suburbs. So the understanding is that we need to reduce the trading hours. At least the latest can be 12 o'clock. This thing of trading up to 2 and 4 in the morning, seriously, we are destroying the people that we think we want to live this country with. For those submission, I support vote 16. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabayonja. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you. I shall now put vote 28, Electoral Commission of Namibia, 181 million Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I see Honorable Sikongo. May you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I now reserve for now, but I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sikongo. Honorable Chabayonja.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. Yes. As the Committee of the Whole Council, mine is also just a very short contribution. I believe our Chairperson, Honorable Muha, have been advocating for an issue that we all think, as we are moving, we need to go that route. It's just the harmonization of our elections. We really deem it that it's overdue, or when you look at the voters' apathy and all the other things that are happening, maybe it's high time that we see how we can harmonize this election, where we can only have one election. Big countries with big populations are doing this. So I believe Namibia, being that small, is also doable. Maybe what we can do, if it is agreed, we can then extend the National Assembly term with 1 more year, and then their term can lapse equally with ours in 2030. And then we can just have one election. In the process, we'll cut on cost. We'll also make the process of democracy more effective, because you find that in a constituency, close to 10,000 people are eligible voters, but then the turnout end up 2,000 to 3,000. So now you want to ask yourself whether the other 7,000 have either migrated or they have passed on, which is really, in most cases, not the case. So I only believe that, and also the discrepancy because people have their own way of understanding when it comes to these different elections. Some rate the other national election and National Assembly more than the regional and the local authority that has to do with bread and butter issues. So the only contribution I wanted is that I'm only trying to amplify what the chairperson and others have said, that it's high time, especially the Electoral Commission, they can do a submission in that regard, how we can harmonize the two elections. And they just have one proper election where everybody can just participate at once. That's my submission, and I support vote 28.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chaveunja. Any further discussion? Yes, Honorable Victor Maswao.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the whole House Council. Thank you, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole House. I think I got it now. I rise to support vote 28, Electoral Commission of Namibia, and support my senior there for us to harmonize the elections, local and regional and presidential. That will save a lot of money. I so support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maswao. Any further discussion? I see none. Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I shall report progress and ask leave to sit again. Honorable Vice Chairperson. Honorable Vice Chairperson, the Committee of the Whole Council has gone through votes 29, 36, 38, 16, and 28 of the Appropriation Bill, B1 2026, and has agreed to the said votes. I now ask leave to sit.
Permission granted, Honorable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndawanifa, for presiding over that marathon. And it was a very fruitful and very interesting session to follow through. Honorable members, I think you deserve a round of applause. I think all our constituents are very much happy with our contributions. Thank you once again. Honorable members, that was the order of the day. It is in accordance with Rule 30, Sub-Rule 1 of the National Council Standing Rules and Orders that I adjourn the House without a question being put. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 9:30 sharp.